Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The lonely mountain rose like a titan against the twilight sky, its jagged peak piercing the clouds as if to challenge the very heavens. Decades had passed since the terrible Drakesmaug had been vanquished, and Erebor once again stood as the mightiest kingdom of the dwarves. Its halls gleamed with polished marble and veins of gold, while the steady rhythm of hammers on anvils echoed through vast chambers where magnificent pillars soared upward like the trunks of stone trees. Yet beneath this grandeur, in the forgotten depths where even the boldest dwarven miners rarely ventured, something stirred, a shadow that had slumbered while its kin wreaked havoc above. Hobbit stood at the entrance to the royal library of Erebor, his small figure dwarfed by the massive doors of mithril and oak that guarded the greatest collection of knowledge in the eastern lands. Unlike most of his kind, who rarely ventured beyond the comfortable borders of their homeland, Hobbit had developed an insatiable curiosity about the wider world, becoming a respected scholar whose knowledge of ancient texts and forgotten lore had earned him rare privileges among the dwarves. "And Master Hobbit," greeted Durin, the ancient keeper of records whose beard reached his knees and bore the intricate braids that denoted his mastery of 7 scholarly disciplines. "The Eastern manuscripts you requested have been arranged in the Chamber of Whispers." Hobbit nodded his thanks, his weathered face solemn beneath a shock of silver-streaked hair. For weeks, he had been translating fragments of pre-Smaug texts, piecing together references to a disturbing possibility that had increasingly robbed him of sleep. The Chamber of Whispers earned its name from the peculiar acoustics that caused even the slightest sound to travel along its curved walls in unpredictable patterns. Ancient scrolls and bound volumes lined shelves of dark wood that spiraled upward toward a domed ceiling, adorned with constellations rendered in precious gems. At the chamber's center stood a table of polished obsidian, upon which lay manuscripts so delicate they seemed to be composed more of time than parchment. Hobbit's nimble fingers, long accustomed to handling such treasures, carefully unrolled a scroll marked with the seal of Thror, grandfather of Thorin Oakenshield. The ink had faded to a ghostly brown, but the precise hand of the royal scribe remained legible to his trained eye. The deep delving beneath the third hall revealed not a vein of gold as expected, but a vast chamber unknown to our records, he read, his brow furrowing. "Master Narin believes it to be natural rather than dwarf-wrought, its dimensions beyond our instruments, capacity to measure. The expedition was abandoned when tremors shook the lower passages, claiming the lives of 3 miners. Thror has ordered the tunnel sealed and struck from the official maps, citing ill omens." Hobbit's heart quickened as he compared this account with the fragments he had previously translated. The pattern was unmistakable now, a hidden chamber, unusual tremors, inexplicable heat that softened metal tools, and most damning of all, the faint smell of sulfur reported by the last expedition to venture into those depths. "Not one dragon," he whispered to the silent chamber, "but 2. As if in answer to his realization, the floor beneath his feet trembled slightly, causing dust to drift down from the highest shelves. Not an uncommon occurrence in a mountain perpetually alive with the industry of thousands of dwarves, yet the timing sent a chill down Hobbit's spine. That night, as Hobbit organized his findings in the guest quarters provided by King Thorin the Forter, a more violent tremor shook the mountain, inkwells toppled, and the fine crystal lamps swayed precariously from their chains. Through his window, carved from the very side of the mountain, he could see dwarves emerging from their homes into the grand avenues of the kingdom, their faces upturned in confusion and growing alarm. By morning, word had reached Erebor of strange disappearances in the dwarf settlements that dotted the mountain's lower slopes. Entire families had vanished without trace, leaving meals half-eaten and forges still burning. The king called a council of his most trusted advisors, to which Hobbit was summoned as a courtesy to his standing among the learned. The council chamber hummed with tense speculation as Thorin the Forsen, great-grandson of the legendary Thorin Oakenshield, strode to his seat at the head of a table hewn from a single massive block of granite. Unlike his ancestor, whose rule had been brief and tragic, Thorin the Four had presided over decades of prosperity and growth. "And the tremors grow stronger and more frequent," reported Balin Six, master of the Miners' Guild, his voice grave beneath his rust-colored beard. "And now these disappearances, some evil is afoot." It was then that Hobbit, gathering his courage, stepped forward to address the king. "Your Majesty, I believe I may know the source of these troubles." All eyes turned to the small figure as he presented his findings, the translated texts, the sealed records, the pattern of evidence that pointed to a terrifying conclusion. As he spoke, the faces of the dwarven lords grew pale beneath their beards. "You suggest," the king said slowly when Hobbit had finished, "that a second dragon has dwelled beneath our feet all this time. That while Smaug terrorized our people from above, another of his kind slumbered in the depths." "I do, Your Majesty," Hobbit replied, his voice steady despite the weight of his claim. "And I believe it now stirs from its long slumber, perhaps awakened by the increased mining activity in the lower levels." Thorin the Four's hand tightened around the arms of his chair, the knuckles whitening beneath his skin. "If what you say is true, we face a threat perhaps greater than that posed by Smaug himself, a dragon within our very stronghold, with no bowman to bring it down from a distance. We must confirm this before panic spreads," declared Dwalin the Younger, captain of the King's Guard. "I propose a small expedition to explore these sealed tunnels, to determine if this scholar's theory holds merit." And so it was decided. Hobbit found himself volunteering to guide the expedition, his knowledge of the ancient texts making him invaluable despite his lack of warrior training. Alongside him would go Dwalin with 5 of his most elite guards, equipped with the finest armor and weapons the forges of Erebor could produce. Yet as they prepared to depart, an unexpected figure approached the gates of the Mountain Kingdom, a tall, gaunt man whose weather-beaten face and scarred hands spoke of a harsh life lived in the wild. At his back hunched a massive figure whose greyish skin and crude armor marked him as one of the Uruk-hai, the dread warriors bred by Saruman during the War of the Ring. "Hold!" commanded the guards, their axes raised. "Mal, what business brings a man and an Uruk to the kingdom under the mountain?" The man raised his empty hands in a gesture of peace. "I am Aranor, Ranger of the North," he announced. "And this is Lurtz, last of the Uruk-hai of Isengard. We come with warning of strange movements in the tunnels beneath the eastern slopes, tunnels that should not exist." Lurtz, the Uruk-hai, remained silent save for a rumbling growl that seemed perpetually caught in his throat. His yellow eyes, however, scanned the dwarven defenses with the calculating gaze of one who had spent a lifetime in battle. By the time Hobbit and the dwarven expedition were ready to depart, Thorin IV had decided to include the strange pair in their company. The Uruk-hai were bred to fight in darkness, he reasoned to his skeptical advisors. And this ranger claims to have mapped the very tunnels we seek to explore. Their descent began through the official mines, where dwarves labored to extract precious metals and gems from the living rock. The familiar sights and sounds, the rhythmic striking of picks, the rumble of ore carts, the warm glow of lanterns, gradually gave way to older, narrower passages where the marks of ancient tools could still be seen on walls untouched for generations. These tunnels predate Thror's reign, Hobbit observed, his fingers tracing runes carved beside a junction where 3 passages converged. But this script belongs to the Second Age, perhaps even earlier. The mountain has many secrets, Dwalin replied grimly, not all of which our ancestors saw fit to preserve in memory. It was Lurtz, with his unnaturally keen senses, who first detected the change in the air. Sulfur, he growled, his massive nostrils flaring, and something else. Something older than dragon stink. Aranor nodded in agreement, his hand moving to the hilt of his sword, a blade whose pommel bore the emblem of a kingdom long vanished from the maps of Middle-earth. "We're being watched," he whispered. The tunnel widened suddenly into a vast cavern, whose dimensions matched those described in Thror's sealed records. Stalactites hung like the teeth of some colossal beast, while pools of water so clear they seemed like liquid glass reflected the light of their torches. Yet it was not these natural wonders that drew their attention, but the unmistakable evidence of habitation. Crude altars, constructed from broken stalagmites, adorned with offerings of bone and precious metal. "Are dragon worshippers," Aranor breathed, kneeling to examine markings scratched into the stone floor. "I've encountered their like before, in the far eastern deserts beyond Run, cultists who revere the great worms as gods." Before they could retreat and report this disturbing discovery, shadows detached themselves from the cavern walls. Humanoid figures in robes the color of dried blood, their faces concealed behind masks carved to resemble dragons. They moved with the fluid grace of trained warriors, surrounding the expedition with practiced precision. "Intruders," hissed one who seemed to be their leader, his voice distorted by the mask he wore. "You trespass upon sacred ground. The awakening approaches, and Vajhud the Ancient stirs from his slumber. You shall be the first tribute of the new age." Battle erupted in the shadowy cavern, the clash of steel echoing off ancient stone as Dwalin and his guards engaged the cultists with dwarven fury. Lurtz fought with the brutal efficiency of his kind, his massive frame becoming a weapon itself as he hurled cultists against the unforgiving rock. Aranor moved like water between shadows, his blade finding gaps in the cultists' defenses with uncanny precision. Hobbit, no warrior but far from helpless, used his small size to advantage, darting beneath the fray to discover a passageway the cultists seemed intent on protecting. Beyond it, he found a chamber that took his breath away, not with beauty, but with terror. The walls were carved with intricate reliefs depicting a massive dragon, different in form from Smaug or any other drake known to lore. Its scales were represented by inlaid obsidian, its eyes by gems that caught the torchlight with disturbing vitality. But most alarming was what lay at the chamber's center, a pedestal upon which rested a ring of dull gold, unadorned save for a single line of script that seemed to shift and change even as Hobbit stared at it. With scholar's instinct, he recognized it immediately, not one of the great rings forged by Celebrimbor under Sauron's guidance. but something potentially more dangerous. A dragon ring, forged in the First Age to bind the will of the great fire drakes to those who wore them. Such rings were thought lost to history, destroyed when the dragons they controlled were slain. Understanding bloomed in Hobbit's mind like a dark flower. The cult sought not merely to worship the sleeping dragon, but to control it, to unleash its power against the kingdoms of the free peoples in a campaign of destruction that would make Smaug's reign of terror seem trivial by comparison. As he reached for the ring, intending to prevent its use, the entire mountain shuddered violently. Dust and small stones rained from the ceiling, and from somewhere far below came a sound that froze the blood in his veins. Not a roar, but a deep, resonant thrumming that seemed to vibrate through the very bones of the earth. "Vazhud wakes," came a voice from behind him. The cult leader stood in the doorway, blood seeping from beneath his mask where Dwalin's axe had found its mark. "The tributes we have gathered from the settlements below have nourished him. Soon he will rise, and a new age of fire will begin." With desperate courage, Hobbit snatched the ring from its pedestal and fled past the wounded cultist, rejoining his companions who had prevailed against their attackers. Together they raced back through the tunnels as the mountain's tremors intensified, threatening to collapse passages that had stood firm for millennia. They emerged into the grand hall of Erebor as the evacuation began, dwarves streaming toward the massive gates with whatever treasures and heirlooms they could carry. Hobbit made straight for the king, the dragon ring clutched tightly in his hand. "Not a mere dragon," he reported breathlessly, "but one bound to an ancient ring of power. The cultists have been sacrificing the missing villagers to strengthen it for its awakening." Thorin the Fort's face hardened with resolve. "Then we face not only the beast, but those who would control it. This threat extends beyond Erebor to all the free peoples of the East." In the days that followed, as the mountain continued to tremble with increasing violence, alliances were forged with a speed that would have been unthinkable in previous ages. Ravens carried messages to the elven realms of the Greenwood, to the rebuilt city of Dale, and to the kingdoms of men beyond. Even the enigmatic blue wizards, rarely seen in the western lands, sent word that they would aid in the coming conflict. And at the center of these preparations stood an unlikely fellowship: Hobbit the scholar, Dwalin the dwarven warrior, Aranor the ranger, and Lurtz the Uruk-hai, bound together by the discovery of an ancient evil and the knowledge that they alone had glimpsed the true scale of the threat that stirred beneath the lonely mountain. As they gathered maps and lore for the confrontation to come, a new figure joined their council, an elven woman of surpassing beauty and deadly skill, whose silver hair and ancient eyes spoke of wisdom beyond mortal reckoning. Around her neck hung a crystal vial containing what appeared to be captured starlight, its radiance dimming and brightening with her breathing. "I am Lindir," she introduced herself, "guardian of the stellar phial, the last creation of Galadriel before she departed these shores. I have been sent by the Council of the Greenwood to aid in binding what should never have been awakened. The dragon ring, now secured within a box of mithril and spellcraft provided by the elves, would be key to their strategy. Not to control the dragon as the cultists had intended, but to bind it once more to slumber, or, should that prove impossible, to turn its ancient power against itself." As the first magma-hot cracks appeared in the lower halls of Erebor, heralding the imminent emergence of Vazhud the Ancient, Hobbit found himself standing at the precipice of an adventure more terrifying and consequential than any he could have imagined when he first began translating those ancient texts. The fate of kingdoms would depend not on strength of arms alone, but on the knowledge he had uncovered and the unlikely alliance he had helped to forge. And deep beneath their feet, in darkness absolute, ancient eyes opened, eyes that had witnessed the shaping of mountains and the first kindling of stars, as Vashud stirred from slumber into a world changed beyond recognition, yet ripe for the consuming fire of his wrath. Story 2. Emerald shadows danced upon ancient bark as sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of Mirkwood forest. Once a realm of darkness where foul creatures lurked and malevolent magic poisoned the very air, the great forest had slowly begun to heal in the decades since the shadow of Dol Guldur had been lifted. Yet on this morning, something was amiss. The whispers of the leaves carried notes of distress rather than their usual melodic rustling, and the earth beneath the massive roots exhaled the scent of decay rather than renewal. Hobbit stood motionless beneath an ancient oak, his weathered hand pressed against its rough bark, eyes closed in deep concentration. Unlike most of his kind who preferred the rolling hills and comfortable burrows of distant lands, Hobbit had always felt a strange affinity for this wild place. The connection had drawn him from the Shire decades ago, and now, in his middle years, he had become something of a wandering sage, respected even among the notoriously isolationist wood elves. "You feel it too," came a melodious voice from above. Hobbit opened his eyes to see Princess Toriel, granddaughter of the legendary captain who had once fought alongside dwarves and men at the Battle of 5 Armies. She descended from the branches with the fluid grace unique to her kind, her copper hair catching the fragmented sunlight like living flame. "The trees are screaming," Hobbit replied, his voice barely above a whisper, not in fear, but in pain. 3 nights prior, Hobbit had been wrenched from sleep by visions of trees weeping sap like blood, their leaves blackening not with autumn's touch, but with some virulent affliction. The vision had driven him deep into the forest's heart, where he now stood with the elven princess, witnessing the beginning of what his dreams had foretold. "It spreads quickly," Toriel confirmed, gesturing toward a stand of birches whose silver bark was marred by web-like patterns of black decay. "Our healers have never seen its like. It resists all remedies, magical and mundane alike." From a pouch at his belt, Hobbit withdrew a delicate glass vial containing what appeared to be ordinary soil. "From the eastern edge, where the sickness first appeared," he explained. "There is magic in this corruption, but not of any natural kind." Before Toriel could respond, a sound like thunder rolled through the forest, though the sky remained clear. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and from deep within the woods came a groaning that seemed born from the earth itself. "The Huons awaken," Toriel whispered, her face paling. "The ancient spirits of the forest stir in anger." "Then we have even less time than I feared," Hobbit replied grimly. By evenfall, they stood within the great cavern palace of the woodland realm, before the council of elders hastily assembled by King Legolas, son of the departed Thranduil. The air was thick with tension as Hobbit presented his findings. The vial of corrupted soil now displayed alongside samples of diseased bark and withered leaves. "This plague bears the unmistakable signature of the Istari," Hobbit concluded, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. "Specifically of Saruman." Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the assembled elves. Saruman the White had fallen into darkness and been defeated decades ago, his spirit scattered to the winds by the very forests he had sought to destroy. "Saruman is no more," objected Galion, the king's steward. "His power was broken at Isengard, and his spirit banished from the circles of the world." "Saruman the White is indeed gone," Hobbit acknowledged. But in the shadows of the grey mountains, another has taken up his mantle, Saruman the Black, a faithful disciple who has recovered fragments of his master's knowledge. Silence fell as the implications settled upon the council. If someone had indeed inherited Saruman's power and malice, the forest faced a threat perhaps greater than even the darkness of Dol Guldur had presented. "No, there is but one hope," Hobbit continued, withdrawing from his worn leather pack an ancient scroll, its parchment so delicate it seemed it might crumble at a breath. The legendary Fountain of Yavanna. Even among the elves, this name evoked only the vaguest recognition, a myth among myths, a tale from the dawn of creation when the Valar had first shaped the world. "Indeed, according to ancient texts preserved in Rivendell," Hobbit explained as he carefully unrolled the scroll, "Yavanna, the giver of fruits and creator of all growing things, left 7 fountains throughout Middle-earth. Their waters were said to contain the primordial essence of creation itself, capable of healing any corruption, renewing any land blighted by darkness. And you believe such a fountain lies within our realm?" King Legolas asked, leaning forward with interest. "I believe it lies beneath your realm," Hobbit corrected, indicating markings on the scroll that corresponded to no modern map. "In caverns deeper than even your people have explored, where the roots of the oldest trees drink from waters untouched by time." Dawn found Hobbit preparing for a journey that even he, with all his experience, regarded with trepidation. The council had debated through the night before finally accepting that the forest's only hope lay in finding this mythical fountain. To Hobbit's surprise, Princess Toriel had volunteered to accompany him, along with a most unexpected third companion. "Master Darin, at your service," the dwarf announced with a formal bow that set his intricately braided beard swinging. His weathered face bore the marks of one who had spent a lifetime studying stone, and the tools hanging from his belt spoke of expertise in geology rather than warfare. "The princess tells me you need someone who knows how to read the deep places of the earth," Darin continued, noting Hobbit's questioning look. "There's not a cavern system in all of Middle-earth I cannot navigate, nor a mineral I cannot identify." What Toriel had not mentioned, and what Hobbit would only discover much later, was that Darin had his own reasons for joining their quest. Reasons bound to ancient dwarven prophecies concerning a treasure hidden beneath Mirkwood's roots, a treasure his people had sought for generations. Their descent into the depths began at the easternmost edge of the forest, where the trees had already succumbed to the mysterious plague. Here, within a grove of dead oaks whose twisted forms resembled tortured souls reaching toward the sky, they discovered the entrance, a narrow fissure in the earth that would have gone unnoticed by any save the most observant eye. "The passage will widen below," Darin assured them as they squeezed through the opening. "Adieu, these surface cracks always do." The dwarf's prediction proved accurate. After 100 feet of claustrophobic descent, the fissure opened into a vast cavern whose ceiling glittered with crystals that emitted a soft, bluish light. Stalagmites rose from the floor like the spires of some fantastic subterranean city, while delicate formations of mineral deposits created structures resembling frozen waterfalls. "The glimmering halls," Darin breathed, his voice hushed with awe. "I thought them merely legend." "Many legends walk in flesh during these days of wonder and terror," Toriel replied, her keen eyes scanning the shadows, "including, perhaps, things better left to myth." Her caution proved warranted. As they traversed the crystalline expanse, they became aware of movement at the periphery of their vision, subtle shifts in shadow that suggested presence without form. The air grew cold, carrying whispers in a language older than even Tauriel could comprehend. "We are not alone," Hobbit observed, his hand unconsciously moving to touch the small amulet he wore beneath his travel-worn shirt, a family heirloom whose significance he had never fully understood. "The Forgotten Ones," Darin murmured, his fingers forming ancient signs of warding, spirits of those who dwelled beneath the earth before even the awakening of the elves. For 3 days they journeyed through increasingly strange passages, where physical laws seemed more suggestion than rule. Chambers where water flowed upward, corridors where time passed differently for each traveler, halls where their reflections in crystalline walls moved independently of their own actions. Throughout their descent, evidence of the forest's deep roots became apparent, massive tangles of living wood that had penetrated the stone over millennia, creating a network that connected the surface world to the depths below. It was Hobbit who first noticed the pattern. "The roots," he said suddenly, halting their progress through a particularly magnificent hall where root systems formed natural arches overhead. "They're not random. They're forming paths, guiding us." "Or herding us," Tauriel suggested, her hand never straying far from her blade. Their path led eventually to a chasm so vast that even Darin's experienced eye could not discern its full extent. A narrow bridge of stone spanned the abyss, leading to a distant platform where a soft, golden light pulsed like a heartbeat. "The fountain lies across that bridge," Hobbit declared with certainty he could not explain. Yet, as they approached, the whispers that had followed them throughout their journey coalesced into a single, thunderous voice that shook dust from the ancient stones. "Children of the sunlit lands," it boomed, "you seek that which is not yours to claim." From the shadows emerged a figure of nightmare, a being composed not of flesh, but of writhing darkness, its form suggesting both tree and man, its eyes burning with the cold fire of stars viewed through the void of space. "I am Thordil, guardian of the deep woods," the entity proclaimed. "And you trespass upon sacred ground." It was Hobbit, to the surprise of both his companions, who stepped forward to address the ancient guardian. "We come not as trespassers but as supplicants," he said, his voice steady despite his racing heart. "The forest above dies from corruption unleashed by Saruman the Black, who seeks to channel its death to awaken something ancient and terrible beneath the grey mountains." The Guardian's form shifted, branches of darkness extending toward Hobbit as if to examine him more closely. "You are not of the firstborn, nor of the stone rights," it observed. "What are you, small one, who speaks with the voice of the growing things?" Before Hobbit could answer, the amulet beneath his shirt grew warm against his skin. Of its own accord, it slipped its chain and hovered before him, spinning slowly in the air. Light erupted from its surface, illuminating the chamber and causing the Guardian to recoil. "The seed of the first tree," Thordil gasped, its voice now tinged with reverence rather than menace. "How comes it to be in your possession, child of the western lands?" Hobbit stared at the amulet, his mother's 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 gift, passed down through generations, seeing it truly for the first time. What he had always taken for decorative engravings were, in fact, intricate patterns representing the earliest forms of life to grace Middle-earth. "I do not know," he admitted. "And it has been in my family for generations beyond count." "Then your blood carries what your mind has forgotten," Thordil declared. "You are descended from the caretakers, those chosen by Yavanna herself to tend her gardens when the world was young." This revelation changed everything. With the Guardian now recognizing Hobbit's right to seek the fountain, they were permitted to cross the bridge to the pulsing golden light. There, within a chamber whose walls were alive with roots that glowed with inner radiance. They found not a fountain as they had imagined, but a single droplet of golden liquid suspended in midair, defying gravity as it slowly rotated. The essence of creation, Thardil explained, materializing beside them. A single drop contains the power to renew or destroy, depending on the heart of the one who wields it. As Hobbit reached for the droplet, a violent tremor shook the cavern. Dust and small stones rained from above, and the roots illuminating the chamber darkened momentarily before resuming their glow. "He begins his working," Thordil growled. "Saruman the Black channels the forest's death even now." A vision seized Hobbit then, a glimpse of a robed figure standing amidst a circle of blighted trees, dark energy spiraling from their decaying forms toward the distant mountains. Within those peaks, something stirred, something vast and ancient, its awakening promising devastation beyond imagining. "We must choose," Hobbit realized aloud. "Use the essence to heal the forest, or to stop what awakens beneath the mountain." It was Darin who provided the answer, though not in the way any might have expected. From within his pack, the dwarf withdrew a crystal unlike any Hobbit had seen, a multifaceted gem that seemed to contain a universe of stars within its depths. "The heart of the mountain," he admitted, answering the question in their eyes. "Are not the Arkenstone of Erebor, but its twin, lost when our ancestors first delved too deep. It was prophesied to be found beneath the roots of the great forest, and my people sent me to recover it." "A focusing crystal," Thordil breathed. "It could multiply the essence's power 1,000-fold." With newfound understanding flowing between them, the three companions and the ancient guardian formed a plan born of desperate hope. Hobbit's connection to the forest, Tauriel's elven magic, Darin's crystal and Thordil's ancient power, combined, they might accomplish what none could do alone. Under Thordil's guidance, they created a vessel from crystal and root, placing within it both the essence of Yavanna and the heart of the mountain. As Hobbit channeled his newly discovered heritage through the amulet, Tauriel sang in the most ancient form of her language, not commanding the magic, but inviting it to join with their purpose. The resulting cascade of golden light shot upward through the network of roots, spreading throughout Mirkwood with the speed of thought. Where it touched the corrupted trees, the blackness receded, replaced by vibrant life. Simultaneously, a portion of that same energy surged eastward beneath the earth, striking whatever ancient evil stirred beneath the grey mountains with the pure force of creation itself. The clash of powers manifested as a spectacular aurora that lit the night sky from the misty mountains to the Sea of Rune, visible to all peoples of Middle-earth. Those who witnessed it would later speak of visions granted in that moment, glimpses of the world as it was at its creation, perfect and unspoiled. When the light finally faded, Hobbit found himself standing once again in the forest above, alongside Tauriel and Darin. Of Thardil and the subterranean chambers there was no sign, only a massive oak tree where the entrance to the depths had been, its bark inscribed with symbols that would occupy elven scholars for generations to come. The forest was healed, transformed beyond mere restoration to a vitality it had not known since the First Age. New species of plants blossomed overnight, and creatures thought lost to legend emerged from the deepest thickets. The Huorns, their anger soothed, retreated once more into their half-slumber, though now they bore a watchfulness that would make any who entered the forest with ill intent regret their trespass. As for Saruman the Black, scouts reported finding a circle of ash where he had stood, his physical form apparently consumed by the backlash of his own dark working. Whether his spirit, like his masters before him, had been scattered beyond recall remained a question for wiser minds than theirs. In the days that followed, as the forest celebrated its renewal in ways only hobbits seemed able to fully perceive, the three unlikely companions found themselves changed by their journey. Darin, having fulfilled his people's prophecy in unexpected fashion, returned to the dwarven halls not with a physical treasure, but with knowledge far more valuable. Toriel, her connection to the forest deepened by the experience, became its voice in the councils of her people. And Hobbit, descendant of forgotten caretakers, found himself unable to return to his wandering ways. The forest had claimed him as surely as he had helped save it. In time, he would establish a sanctuary at the forest's heart, where seekers of wisdom from all races would come to learn the secrets of harmony between the children of LOTR and the growing things of Yavanna's creation. Yet in quiet moments, his thoughts often turned to the vision of what had stirred beneath the grey mountains, for though its awakening had been halted, he could not shake the certainty that it merely slumbered once more, waiting for another time when the vigilance of the free peoples might waver. And so, beneath the renewed canopy of Mirkwood, a new guardian took up his watch, his eyes turned ever eastward, his ears attuned to the whispers of roots that delved deeper than any knew, forming a network that connected all living things in ways forgotten by most, but remembered now by him. Story 3. Atop Weathertop, where ancient kings once kept watch over the realm of Arnor, the last rays of sunset cast long shadows across the crumbling stone circle. The ruins stood like broken teeth against the crimson sky, witnesses to countless ages of Middle-earth's tumultuous history. Here, upon this hill where the veil between worlds had always been thinnest, Gandalf the White had summoned a final council. The wizard's once commanding presence had diminished, not in wisdom or power, but in his connection to the mortal lands. His eyes, which had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, now frequently gazed westward, drawn by the call of the undying lands. His white robes no longer gleamed with their former brilliance, instead possessing the soft luminescence of twilight, beautiful still, but heralding the coming night. Among those who answered his summons was Hobbit, whose small stature belied his great reputation. Once merely a curious wanderer from the peaceful Shire, he had become a respected chronicler of the ages, his knowledge of ancient lore rivaling that of scholars thrice his age. The silver threads in his once auburn hair caught the dying light as he climbed the winding path to the summit, an ornate journal clutched in his weathered hands. "When the stars are veiled tonight," Hobbit observed as he approached Gandalf, who stood motionless at the center of the ruined circle, "as they were before the War of the Ring." The wizard nodded, his ancient eyes reflecting unspoken concerns. "The heavens sense what stirs in the east, beyond even my sight. We face a darkness older than Sauron, my friend." By midnight, the council had assembled, an improbable gathering of the free peoples of Middle-earth. Thranduil of the Woodland Realm arrived with a small retinue of sylvan elves, his ageless face a mask of cold dignity that barely concealed his disdain for the ruined monument of men. Dain Pedefero, Lord of the Iron Hills, brought with him dwarven warriors clad in armor of interlocking plates that gleamed like dragon scales in the torchlight. Most surprising was the arrival of Azog III, grandson of the Pale Orc, who had once terrorized the northern lands. Unlike his grandfather, Azog III had renounced the path of darkness, leading a clan of orcs who sought redemption through craftsmanship rather than conquest. His skin, though pale as moonlight, bore intricate tattoos of star patterns, a visible rejection of the darkness his ancestors had served. "Speak your purpose, Mithrandir," Thranduil commanded, using Gandalf's elven name. Why draw us to this weathered hill of men? Gandalf raised his staff, and from its crystal tip sprang not light, but a deeper darkness, a void that swallowed the stars themselves. Within this void, shapes twisted and writhed, coalescing into a vision of horror that caused even Thranduil's impassive face to contort with dread. The void left by Sauron's fall creates a vacuum in the fabric of power, Gandalf explained, his voice low and grave. And nature abhors such emptiness, and now an ancient hunger stirs to fill it, Ungoliant awakens. The name sent a chill through the assembly. Even Azog III, whose knowledge of ancient lore was limited, shuddered at the mention of the primordial devourer of light, the mother of all spiders, whose insatiable hunger had once threatened to consume the very light of the two trees of Valinor. Beyond the eastern wastes of Rhûn, Gandalf continued, in lands unmapped and forgotten, the Weaver of Darkness stirs from her age-long slumber. Already her lesser children spread westward, and cultists who worship the eternal night flock to her awakening form. Hobbit found himself unconsciously clutching the amulet that hung beneath his shirt, a family heirloom passed down through generations, its origins lost to time. The bronze disc, etched with patterns resembling constellations, grew uncomfortably warm against his skin as Gandalf spoke of the ancient evil. "What defense can be mounted against such a foe?" Dain demanded, his hand instinctively grasping the handle of his warhammer. Even Morgoth could not fully control Ungoliant's hunger. "Not through strength of arms," Gandalf replied, "but through light itself. There remains one Silmaril, one jewel containing the unspoiled light of the two trees, that did not meet the fate of its brethren in fire, water, and earth. It was lost during the War of Wrath, when Beleriand sank beneath the waves, but my heart tells me it was not destroyed." A murmur passed through the assembly like wind through autumn leaves. "You speak of myth and legend," Thranduil said dismissively, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of hope. "The Silmarils are lost to the ages. Perhaps," Gandalf acknowledged with the faintest smile, "but so too was the One Ring considered lost, until fate placed it in the hands of a hobbit." Before further discussion could unfold, the night erupted with chaos. Dark figures surged up the hillside from all directions, their faces concealed by hoods of midnight blue, their hands wielding curved daggers that gleamed with unnatural blue flame. Upon their breasts, they bore the emblem of a spider devouring a star. "The cult of the Queen of Shadows," Azog III snarled, drawing twin short swords from his back. "They have been watching the eastern roads for months." What followed was a frantic battle upon the ancient hilltop. Dwarven war cries mingled with elven battle songs and the deeper, guttural battle chants of Azog's reformed orcs. Gandalf's staff blazed with white fire, driving back the cultists who shrieked in pain at its touch. Hobbit, though no warrior, found himself defending the wizard's flank with a short sword whose techniques he had learned long ago. "They knew of our counsel," Hobbit realized as he parried a thrust from a cultist's dagger. "Someone betrayed us before we even assembled." In the chaos, a cultist of greater stature than the others approached Gandalf from behind, a black arrow notched in a bow of human bone. Hobbit cried out in warning, but his voice was lost in the clamor of battle. Acting on instinct, he hurled his blade, which tumbled end over end before burying itself in the archer's shoulder. The cultist's arrow flew wide, striking not Gandalf but the stone at his feet. Yet this seeming failure accomplished its purpose. The arrow shattered, releasing a cloud of venomous spores that engulfed the wizard. Gandalf staggered, his light dimming as the poison entered his lungs. By dawn, the cultists had been defeated or driven off, but victory felt hollow. Gandalf lay upon a cloak spread over the ancient stones, his breathing shallow, his skin taking on a greyish pallor. The council gathered around him in stunned silence. "The poison is beyond my skill to heal," Thranduil admitted after examining the fallen wizard. "It is ancient magic, from before the First Age, spider venom from Ungoliant's own brood, preserved through dark arts." "Then we have lost before we began," Dain growled, his voice heavy with defeat. "No." Gandalf's voice was barely a whisper, yet it commanded attention. "The poison merely hastens what was already ordained. My time in Middle-earth draws to its close, but before I depart for the undying lands, I shall use what strength remains to set you on your path." With trembling hands, he beckoned Hobbit closer. "The amulet you bear," he whispered, "is no mere trinket. It is the astrolabe of Erebor, fashioned by the great mariner himself to navigate by stars no mortal eye can see. It will guide you to the Silmaril if you have the courage to follow where it leads." Hobbit withdrew the bronze disc from beneath his shirt, staring at it with new understanding. The constellation patterns shifted slightly under his gaze, realigning themselves to point eastward. "I am no hero," Hobbit protested, though his fingers closed protectively around the amulet. Few heroes begin their journey believing themselves to be such," Gandalf replied with a ghost of his familiar smile. "Yet it is not strength of arm, but strength of heart that will determine your success. The Silmaril responds to purity of purpose, not power. And so, as Gandalf was borne away by the eagles to the Grey Havens for his final journey across the sea, a new company formed upon the ancient hilltop. Hobbit, now reluctant leader; Thranduil, whose ancient eyes had once beheld the light of the Silmarils; Dain, whose people's craft might be needed to contain the jewel's power; and Azog the Third, whose knowledge of the dark paths of the East would guide their journey. Their quest would take them through lands uncharted on any map of Middle-earth, past the Sea of Rune and the ancient forests of the Wild Wood, where trees walked and spoke in languages forgotten by even the eldest elves. They would face trials beyond imagining, crossing the glass desert where reflections came to life with murderous intent, navigating the labyrinth of whispers where echoes of one's deepest fears manifested as physical entities, scaling the towers of dawn where gravity itself reversed with each passing hour. Throughout their journey, the astrolabe grew warmer in Hobbit's possession, its constellation patterns shifting and changing to guide their way. And always, they felt eyes watching from the shadows, the spies of Ungoliant, whose awakening grew nearer with each passing day. It was in the ruins of an ancient city, older than Gondor, or even Numenor, that they finally discovered the resting place of the lost Silmaril. Buried not in earth, but in time itself, the jewel existed in a moment stretched between heartbeats, accessible only when starlight from 7 specific constellations converged at midnight. As Hobbit stepped into that suspended moment, guided by the now glowing astrolabe, he found himself face to face with the Silmaril, a jewel the size of a robin's egg that contained more light than all the stars in the heavens. Its radiance called to something deep within his soul, a yearning for beauty so intense it brought tears to his eyes. In that moment of perfect clarity, Hobbit understood Gandalf's wisdom in choosing him for this task. The Silmaril's beauty inspired not possessiveness in his heart, but wonder, a humility before creation that rendered him immune to its corrupting potential. With reverent hands, he lifted the jewel from its resting place, expecting the world to shatter around him. Instead, he felt a profound sense of rightness, as though fulfilling a purpose written in the very music of creation. When he stepped back into the flow of time, Silmaril in hand, he found his companions transfixed by its radiance. Even Thranduil, who had lived through ages of the world, fell to his knees before the unsullied light of Valinor. Their return journey was both easier and more perilous. Easier because the light of the Silmaril cleaved a path through darkness wherever they went. More perilous because that same light drew the servants of Ungoliant like moths to flame. Yet for each spider creature or cultist that fell before the Silmaril's radiance, a dozen more emerged from the shadows. It was Azog III who proposed their final strategy, not to flee from Ungoliant's children, but to lead them onward, drawing the full might of the Queen of Shadows herself into confrontation before she reached her full power. And so it was that Hobbit, bearing the Silmaril before him like a lantern against the encompassing night, led his company to the very edge of the abyss where Ungoliant stirred, a vast pit in the barren lands beyond Rune, where darkness took physical form, writhing and pulsing with malevolent hunger. "For Gandalf," Hobbit whispered, raising the Silmaril high as tendrils of living shadow reached for him. "For the light of stars that shines even in the darkest night." The Silmaril blazed forth with sudden, unbearable brilliance, not just light, but the essence of creation itself, the music of the Ainur made visible. Where its radiance touched the darkness, Ungoliant's form sizzled and recoiled, ancient hatred meeting primordial light in a confrontation that shook the very foundations of the earth. What followed was not a battle as mortals understand it, but a struggle between fundamental forces of existence, between the light that gives life and the darkness that hungers to consume it. And at its center stood Hobbit, a small figure dwarfed by cosmic powers, yet unyielding in his purpose. In the final moment, as Ungoliant's vastness surged forward to swallow him and the Silmaril both, Hobbit remembered Gandalf's words about the doors of night, the barrier at the edge of the world that held back the primordial void. With perfect clarity, he understood his purpose. Calling upon the power of the astrolabe, he opened not a path to the Silmaril's hiding place, but a doorway to the void beyond the world, and as Ungoliant lunged for the light, her insatiable hunger driving her forward, he cast the Silmaril not at her, but through the doorway. Ungoliant, unable to resist the light she craved above all else, followed, plunging through the doorway into the void beyond creation. With a sound like the unmaking of the world, the astrolabe shattered in Hobbit's hands, sealing the doors of night once more, this time with Ungoliant trapped on the other side. The cost was dear. The loss of the Silmaril meant that its light would never again grace the lands of Middle-earth. Yet in its sacrifice, the world was preserved from a darkness that would have consumed all light, all life, all hope. When Hobbit and his companions returned to the inhabited lands, they found a world unaware of how close it had come to endless night. Only in the court of the woodland realm, in the halls of the Iron Hills, and in the chronicles kept by Hobbit himself was the full tale recorded. And on clear nights, when the stars shone with particular brilliance, Hobbit would sometimes gaze eastward, remembering the light of the Silmaril, and wondering if, perhaps, some echo of its radiance still shone beyond the edge of the world, keeping watch over the doors of night where ancient hungers waited. Story 4. In the fathomless depths of Khazad-dûm, where shadows lingered like ancient memories and the echoes of hammers striking anvils had only recently returned after centuries of silence. A lone figure hunched over a table strewn with parchments yellow with age. The dancing flame of a single oil lamp cast his diminutive shadow against walls of polished obsidian, where veins of mithril caught the light and reflected it like captured stars. Hobbit's fingers, nimble despite their shortness, traced the intricate runes etched upon a scroll so ancient that the very air around it seemed to whisper with forgotten knowledge. Unlike most of his kind who preferred the rolling hills and comfortable burrows of distant lands, Hobbit had developed an unusual affinity for metalcraft during his many adventures. It was this rare talent that had brought him to the partially reclaimed halls of the greatest dwarven kingdom ever built, invited by the dwarven master-smiths to study their ancient techniques. But what he had discovered in the Forgotten Archive went far beyond mere craft. "Impossible," he murmured, his voice barely disturbing the reverent silence of the chamber. "The Aegis of Durin. It was never just a legend. The parchment contained detailed plans for a weapon of immense power, one specifically designed to combat the Balrogs, the demons of shadow and flame that had brought ruin to Khazad-dûm in ages past. One such creature still lurked in the unexplored depths, preventing the dwarves from reclaiming their ancestral home in its entirety." As Hobbit rolled the parchment with careful hands, a distant rumble shook dust from the ceiling. Not an uncommon occurrence in the mines, but something about its timing sent a chill down his spine. Something was coming. By morning, word had spread through the recovered eastern halls of Khazad-dûm like wildfire in dry brush. Whispers of a weapon against the Balrog reached eager ears, and despite Hobbit's attempts at discretion, the secret escaped the mountain's confines. Within 3 days, scouts reported movement in the valleys east of the Misty Mountains, armies gathering under the banner of Ulwarth the Merciless, a warlord from the eastern lands who had long coveted the riches of the western kingdoms. "They come for the weapon," declared Nain, captain of the Khazad-dûm Guard, his voice grave in the hastily assembled council. "Ulwarth believes whatever power can defeat a Balrog could surely topple the kingdoms of men and elves." Hobbit sat silently among the dwarven leaders, his small stature nearly lost among their bulky forms. Yet his presence commanded respect earned through numerous adventures alongside their kin. "The plans cannot fall into such hands," he said at last. "We must take them where they will be safe, and where wisdom might guide our next steps." Thus it was decided. As the armies of the east approached the eastern gate of Khazad-dûm, Hobbit slipped out through the rarely used western door, the precious parchment secured in an oilskin packet against his chest. His destination, Imladris, the last homely house east of the sea, where Lord Elrond's wisdom might shed light on the ancient plans. The journey through the mountains was perilous, made more so by Ulwarth's scouts, who seemed to materialize from the very rocks. 7 days of careful travel brought Hobbit to the hidden valley where Imladris lay in eternal autumn splendor, its golden leaves catching the sunlight like flakes of precious metal. In the Hall of Fire, Hobbit unrolled the ancient plans before Lord Elrond and his assembled counselors. Among them stood a man whose bearing spoke of nobility and whose hand never strayed far from his sword hilt. Boromir II of Gondor, heir to the stewardship of the White City, who had come to Imladris seeking counsel on dreams that troubled his sleep. "These runes speak of starlight captured in metal," Elrond said after long contemplation. "Not a weapon of destruction, but something far more rare." His ageless eyes lifted to meet Hobbit's. "Do you have found the plans for the Shield of Durin, the Aegis of Starlight?" A shield. Boromir's voice carried both disappointment and confusion. "What good is a shield against creatures of shadow and flame?" "That depends," came a new voice, belonging to a dwarven woman who had stood silently in the shadows until now. "On what you believe a Balrog truly is." She stepped forward, her beard adorned with silver clasps that marked her as a master smith. Her name was Kili, named for a hero who had fallen long ago in the Battle of 5 Armies, and she had followed Hobbit from Khazad-dûm, driven by her own interest in the ancient plans. "The shield is not meant to kill," she explained, her fingers tracing the runes with the familiarity of one who had studied them before. "It is meant to heal." 3 days of council followed, during which the truth slowly emerged from scattered lore and half-remembered tales. The Balrogs had not always been creatures of terror. Once, they had been Maiar, spirits of the same order as wizards like Gandalf and Saruman, before being corrupted by the Dark Lord Morgoth in the First Age of the world. "The shield," Elrond explained, "was designed not to destroy the Balrog, but to cleanse it, to reflect back the uncorrupted light that still dwells at its core, buried beneath layers of shadow and corruption." "Then we must forge it," Hobbit declared, "before Ulwath discovers its true purpose." "Impossible," Kylie shook her head. "The forges required for such work lie in the deepest halls of Khazad-dûm, halls now besieged from without and haunted from within." "Then to those halls we must go," Boromir said, rising to his full height. "The Gondor will not stand by while a power that could heal the wounds of the world falls into the hands of the enemy." And so an unlikely company formed: Hobbit the craftsman, Keely the smith, Boromir the warrior, and a small contingent of elven scouts provided by Elrond. Together, they took the hidden paths known only to the elves, circumventing Ulwath's forces to approach Khazad-dûm from the forgotten western slopes. The Hollin Gate stood partially open, evidence of the dwarves' recent work to reclaim their ancestral home. Beyond it lay darkness and danger, not only from the Balrog that lurked in unknown depths, but from Ulwath's forces, who had breached the eastern defenses and now searched the upper halls for the weapon they believed would make them invincible. "The forge we seek lies 7 levels below the 21st hall," Keely whispered as they crept through shadowed corridors where the dust of ages lay undisturbed. "The chamber of eternal flame, where the heart of the mountain itself provides heat beyond any bellows-driven fire." Their descent was a journey through the layered history of the Dwarven Kingdom. From the recently reclaimed upper halls, with their fresh torch brackets and swept floors, they passed into middle levels where signs of hasty evacuation still remained from the day, centuries ago, when the Balrog first awoke. Deeper still they ventured, into ancient chambers untouched even before the coming of the Balrog, where the air was thick with the weight of forgotten ages. In these depths, they found wonders that took their breath away: halls of crystal that sang with the slightest touch, gardens of stone where mineral formations grew like frozen waterfalls, and chambers where the very walls were inlaid with constellations of gemstones that mirrored the night sky above the mountain. But it was in the chamber of eternal flame where true awe awaited. A vast cavern opened before them. At its center, a pool of molten rock that pulsed with the living heartbeat of the mountain. Around this natural forge stood anvils of black stone, untouched for millennia, yet seeming to wait expectantly for the return of their masters. "Here," Killy breathed, her eyes reflecting the orange glow of the molten pool. "Here we can forge the aegis of starlight." For 3 days and nights they worked without rest. Keely directed the forging with the instinctive skill of her people, while Hobbit's nimble fingers shaped the delicate filigree that would capture and reflect the light. Boromir maintained guard, his keen ears alert for any approach, be it from Ulwath's searchers above or more ancient dangers from below. On the dawn of the 4th day, as the last enchantment was being laid upon the shield's surface, a new sound reached them, the unmistakable rhythm of martial drums echoing from above. "Ulwath has found us," Boromir warned, his sword already drawn. "Too late," Hobbit replied, lifting the completed shield. It was smaller than a man's shield, but large for one of his kind, a disc of purest mithril inlaid with patterns that seemed to shift like flowing water. At its center, a crystal of adamant caught the light of the forge and transformed it into a beam of purest white that reminded Hobbit of starlight on clear winter nights in the Shire. But before they could plan their escape, a new tremor shook the chamber, different from the rhythmic pounding above. This came from deeper still, a rumbling that seemed to rise from the very roots of the mountain. "The Balrog stirs," Keely whispered, her face pale beneath her beard. "It senses the shield's completion." The choice before them became starkly clear. Flee with the shield and leave Khazad-dûm to its fate, or confront the ancient evil that had claimed this kingdom once before. It was Hobbit who decided, though the fear in his heart nearly overwhelmed him. "Did we came to heal, not to run," he said simply, and turned toward the descending passage from which the ominous rumbling emanated. The confrontation took place in a cathedral-like chamber, deep beneath the lowest mines of Khazad-dûm. The Balrog rose before them like a mountain of shadow given terrible form, its core pulsing with infernal heat, its wings spreading from wall to wall like sheets of living darkness. Words failed in the face of such terror. Even Boromir, brave son of Gondor, found himself rooted to the spot, his sword hanging useless at his side. Only Hobbit stepped forward, the shield raised before him like a lantern in the darkness. The Balrog's roar shook loose stones from the ceiling as it recognized the artifact before it, a thing crafted to undo its very nature. It lunged forward, whip of flame cracking toward the small figure that dared to stand against it. But where the whip struck the shield, a transformation occurred. The flame did not extinguish. Rather, it changed, from angry red to pure white, the corruption burning away to reveal the pristine light of its original nature. This purified energy flowed back along the whip to the Balrog itself, and for a brief moment, its form seemed to waver, the shadow thinning to reveal a being of light within. The battle that followed could scarcely be described in words known to elves or men. It was not fought with blade or claw, but with will and memory. Through the connection forged by the shield, Hobbit glimpsed the Balrog's original nature, a spirit of creation and inspiration before Morgoth's corruption, and held that image before it like a mirror to its true self. For hours or days, none could later say, this silent battle raged, until at last the shadows fell away like a discarded cloak, revealing a being of pure light that bore little resemblance to the terror they had faced. Without word or gesture, this luminous entity rose upward, passing through solid stone as though it were mist, leaving behind a chamber bathed in gentle radiance. When at last they emerged from the depths, they found the halls of Khazad-dûm transformed. Ulwath's forces had fled in terror at the column of light that had erupted from the mountain's peak, the dwarven defenders, believing it to be the return of Durin himself, had pressed forward to reclaim chambers long abandoned. The truth of what had occurred beneath the mountain became the stuff of legend. How Hobbit the craftsman had wielded the shield of fallen stars not to destroy, but to heal one of the most ancient wounds in the fabric of the world. How the purified spirit, once a terror beyond naming, now dwelled within the mountain as a guardian rather than a threat, its light illuminating halls that had known only darkness for centuries. And though the shield itself was placed in the deepest treasury of the restored kingdom, its greatest gift remained in the understanding it had brought, that some evils are not to be destroyed but redeemed, and that even in the darkest corruption, a spark of original light might still remain, waiting only for the courage of small hands to hold up a mirror to the truth. Story 5. The emerald lamps of Erebor cast their eternal glow upon walls of polished marble, where veins of gold and mithril traced ancient dwarven tales across ceilings that soared like inverted mountain ranges. A century had passed since the lonely mountain had been reclaimed from the clutches of Smaug the Terrible, and the halls of the greatest dwarven kingdom in Middle-earth once again echoed with the rhythmic symphony of hammers striking anvils and the melodious chants of deep-voiced miners. Yet a shadow had fallen upon the resplendent halls of Durin's folk. Treasures were vanishing. Not by thief's hand or dragon's greed, but as though the very artifacts themselves had decided to abandon their resting places within the mountain's vast treasure chambers. First, it was merely a few golden goblets inlaid with sapphires. Then, a chest of emeralds disappeared overnight. Soon after, an entire collection of mithril mail, priceless heirlooms from the Second Age, simply ceased to exist in their display stands. King Durin VII, direct descendant of the legendary Durin the Deathless, sat upon his throne of carved stone, his beard braided with threads of gold and silver that caught the light of 1,000 crystal lamps. His eyes, the color of storm clouds, were fixed upon the figure kneeling before him, a most unusual visitor to these hallowed halls. "A hobbit of the Shire," the king's voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Your reputation as a solver of riddles and seeker of truths precedes you. I have summoned you because our kingdom faces a threat unlike any we have confronted before." Hobbit rose to his full height, unimpressive by the standards of men or elves, yet he carried himself with the quiet dignity that had earned him respect across the realms of Middle-earth. His weathered face bore the lines of countless adventures, and his eyes sparkled with a keen intelligence that belied his simple appearance. "Your Majesty," Hobbit replied with a respectful nod, "I have walked the paths of mystery from the shores of the sundering seas to the shadow of the Efelduath. I shall endeavor to unravel this puzzle that plagues Erebor." The king gestured to his chief advisor, Balin III, who stepped forward with a scroll detailing the vanished treasures. "The disappearances follow no pattern we can discern," the white-bearded dwarf explained. "Items of tremendous value and humble craft alike have vanished, though they share one commonality. All were part of the hoard reclaimed from Smaug." As Hobbit studied the records, the mountain trembled beneath their feet. The dwarves exchanged worried glances. "The tremors began with the first disappearance," Durin VII explained. "And they grow stronger with each passing day." "Show me where the treasures were kept," Hobbit requested, his nimble mind already weaving together threads of possibility. For 7 days and 7 nights, Hobbit investigated the vast treasure halls of Erebor. He interviewed guards and scribes, treasure keepers and miners. He studied ancient maps and more recent surveys of the mountain's depths. Most peculiarly, he spent hours simply sitting motionless beside piles of gold, watching and waiting with a patience that confounded even the dwarves. On the 8th day, as Hobbit maintained his silent vigil beside a particularly magnificent display of golden statuary, he witnessed the impossible. A golden chalice, crafted in the likeness of a roaring lion, shimmered briefly before sinking as though melting into the stone floor beneath it. "Not stolen," Hobbit whispered to himself. "Called." That evening, Hobbit requested an audience with the king and his council in the ancient library of Erebor. Surrounded by tombs of knowledge dating back to the First Age, the small figure stood before the assembled dwarven nobility. "Your treasures are not being stolen by any mortal hand," Hobbit announced. They are answering a summons from deep within the mountain." Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the gathering. "In my investigations, I discovered records predating even Thror's reign," Hobbit continued, gesturing toward a pile of yellowed scrolls on the table before him. These speak of the time when the dwarves first delved into the lonely mountain. They encountered not emptiness, but a small settlement of an ancient clan of my kind, the Harfoots. The dwarven historian Ori II leaned forward with interest. The ancestral clan of hobbits, here beneath the mountain. Indeed, Hobbit nodded. And according to these records, they were keepers of ancient magic, earth singers who communed with stone and metal. They departed peacefully when your ancestors arrived. Save for certain sacred relics they were forced to leave behind, relics they had sworn to protect. King Durin's brow furrowed deeply. And these relics were seized by King Thror in his gold madness, Hobbit said gravely, melted down and reforged into new treasures for his hoard, their magic bound but not destroyed. A tremor, stronger than any before, shook dust from the ancient rafters. The dwarves steadied themselves against columns and bookshelves. The spirit of their most powerful shaman, burrow-wise, remained tied to these sacred objects. Hobbit continued when the shaking subsided. For centuries, his consciousness slumbered, even through Smaug's occupation. But now he has awakened, and he calls the gold back to him, intent on forging an army of golden constructs to exact vengeance for the desecration of his people's sacred trust. "How can you know this?" demanded Dwellin the Fours, the king's general. In answer, Hobbit produced a small golden ring etched with strange, flowing symbols, unlike any dwarven runes. Because he spoke to me through this, a mourning ring that once belonged to his daughter. It was in a forgotten corner of your treasury, overlooked because of its simple appearance. That night, Hobbit led an expedition into the deepest reaches of Erebor, far below even the ancient mines where Mithril had once been discovered. The narrow passages bore no signs of dwarven craft. These tunnels had been bored by more ancient hands, their walls smooth as polished glass and inscribed with flowing script that seemed to shift in the torchlight. King Durin VII himself accompanied the expedition, along with his 12 most trusted warriors. Deeper and deeper they delved, until the air grew thick with the scent of molten metal. Though no forges burned in these forgotten depths, they emerged into a vast chamber with a ceiling that disappeared into darkness above. At its center stood a grotesque figure, not of flesh, but of writhing liquid gold that had taken the rough shape of a small humanoid with elongated fingers and a face twisted in eternal anguish. Around this shimmering apparition lay the missing treasures of Erebor, twisted and melted into horrific constructs that resembled warriors, beasts, and abominations that defied description. As the dwarves and Hobbit watched in horror, more treasures seeped through the walls and ceiling, adding to the growing army. "Burrow-wise!" Hobbit called out, stepping forward despite the king's warning hand on his shoulder. "I bring the mourning ring of your daughter, Lilyheart." The golden figure ceased its work, its head turning with unnatural fluidity toward the small hobbit. When it spoke, its voice was the sound of coins sliding against one another. "Little cousin," it hissed, "you bring a trinket, while they hoard the sacred heart metals of our people." "I bring understanding," Hobbit replied, his voice steady despite his fear, "and a chance for peace rather than vengeance." What followed was a battle not of swords and axes, but of wills and words. For hours, Hobbit negotiated with the ancient spirit, recounting the history of both peoples, acknowledging the wrongs done, and suggesting a path forward. All the while, the dwarves stood in tense readiness, watching as their precious treasures continued to melt away into the growing golden army. "The curse of this gold was never the dragon's," Hobbit finally declared, addressing both the spirit and the dwarven king. It was the greed that has dwelled in the hearts of all peoples since the dawn of time. The Harfoots sought to protect the world from the sacred metals that amplify this greed. The dwarves sought to shape beauty from the earth's bounty. Both were right, and both were wrong. King Durin VII stepped forward then, removing his crown of gold and mithril. "What would you have us do, Master Hobbit?" The answer was as simple as it was devastating. "Return what was taken," Hobbit said softly. "The treasures formed from the sacred relics must be surrendered and laid to rest." The dwarven king's face contorted with anguish. Nearly a third of Erebor's most precious heirlooms would be lost, treasures that defined the very identity of his kingdom. "And if we refuse?" he asked, though he already suspected the answer. As if in response, the golden constructs took a single step forward in unison, their movements becoming more fluid, more alive. It took 3 days for the dwarves to identify and gather all the treasures that contained traces of the Harfoot relics. Each piece was catalogued, its likeness preserved in meticulous drawings before being surrendered to the chamber deep below. King Durin himself carried the first and most significant piece, the legendary necklace of Girion, which had once adorned the neck of the Lord of Dale before being claimed by Smaug and later recovered from his hoard. As the last piece was surrendered, a simple golden bowl that had once been used for ceremonial meals in the royal household, the spirit of Burrowwise spoke one final time. "The greed of the mountain is balanced by the wisdom of the hill," it intoned. "Remember this day, children of Durin, when the giving of treasure brought greater wealth than its hoarding." The golden figure and its half-formed army melted away, seeping into the ancient stone and disappearing from sight. The chamber sealed itself behind the retreating expedition, the smooth walls flowing together like water. Upon their return to the upper halls, the dwarves discovered that the tremors had ceased. In the treasury, the remaining treasures gleamed with a luster not seen since the days before Smaug's coming, as though a tarnish invisible to the eye had been polished away. In the years that followed, Erebor entered a new age of prosperity. The dwarves, humbled by their experience, forged new treasures not for hoarding but for trading and gifting. They established a tradition of crafting gifts for the descendants of the Harfoots, the hobbits of the Shire, who received these unexpected bounties with polite confusion but great appreciation. And Hobbit, his greatest adventure complete, returned to his wandering ways, carrying with him a single gift from the grateful king under the mountain, a small crystal lamp that never dimmed, a constant reminder that the greatest treasures are not those that glitter in darkness, but those that bring light to the shadowed places of the world. Story 6. In the depths of Mirkwood, where sunlight struggled to pierce the ancient canopy and shadows whispered secrets of ages past, the eldest trees were vanishing, not felled by axe nor withered by plague. They simply disappeared in the dead of night, leaving behind only shallow depressions in the loamy soil and the lingering scent of moss and magic. Luthien Silverleaf knew something was amiss when the great oak Galathyl, sentinel of the Eastern Grove for over 2,000 years, was gone without trace. The massive tree, which had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms and whose branches had sheltered generations of woodland creatures, had vanished between one moon and the next, leaving no trail of broken underbrush or dragging roots that even the keenest elven eyes could follow. "You are forbidden to investigate further," Master Torian had commanded, his ancient face etched with worry lines deeper than the furrows in Galathyl's bark had been. "The Elven Council believes dark powers are at work. This is no task for an apprentice guardian." But Luthien had sworn oaths to the forest long before she had sworn fealty to any council. The silver-haired elven maiden, barely 90 summers old, a mere child by the reckoning of her kind, slipped from her quarters as twilight descended. Her slender form moved like mist between the twisted trunks, leaving no footprint on the forest floor. The enchanted cloak, gifted by her grandmother on her initiation day, rippled around her shoulders, its deep green fabric seeming to drink in the meager light rather than reflect it. For 7 nights she watched and waited, her patience rewarded on the 8th when a shadow darker than the natural gloom detached itself from a massive yew. The figure moved with unnatural fluidity, as if composed of liquid darkness rather than flesh. Gliding toward Nimrodel, a silver birch whose pale bark glimmered faintly in the darkness. Luthien's hand moved to the ceremonial dagger at her belt, its hilt cool against her palm, but she stayed her strike. The figure raised gnarled hands, and she glimpsed a face beneath the cowl, ancient, bearded, with eyes that held the wildness of storm clouds. Words in a tongue older than Elvish spilled from his lips, weaving between the natural sounds of the forest until the very air seemed to thicken with power. The earth around Nimrodel began to shift. Roots that had delved deep for centuries slowly pulled themselves free, soil cascading from their woody tendrils. The mighty birch trembled, not in death but in awakening, as though roused from a long slumber. With a groaning sigh that sent birds spiraling from distant branches, Nimrodel lifted herself from the ground, cradled in a cocoon of magic that left her roots intact and her leaves unharmed. The hooded figure gestured, and the floating tree began to drift westward, following its captor like a faithful hound. Luthien shadowed them through the tangled paths of Mirkwood, past groves where trees grew so close together that even elves found passage difficult, across silent streams whose waters ran black in the darkness, until the forest began to thin and the first jagged peaks of the grey mountains carved their silhouettes against the star-strewn sky. A gaping maw in the mountainside awaited them, not a natural cave, but a passage hewn by ancient hands, its entrance adorned with carvings so weathered that their original forms had been lost to time. It was here that Luthien's silent pursuit faltered. As the hooded figure guided the floating tree into the darkness, she stepped on a branch that snapped with a report like a cracking whip. The figure whirled, and with a gesture swift as striking lightning, tendrils of energy erupted from his staff. They wrapped around Luthien before she could flee, constricting like living vines. Consciousness fled as the magic squeezed the breath from her lungs. Her last sight, the sorrowful eyes of the displaced tree drifting into the mountain's maw. She awoke to the scent of herbs and earth in a chamber whose walls were living wood, the intertwined trunks of trees that should have been separate but had been coaxed to grow together in an impossible architecture. Shafts of amber light filtered through a canopy far above, illuminating a space filled with tables laden with mortar and pestle, dried plants, and vials of swirling liquids. "The apprentice guardian awakens," spoke a voice, rough as bark, yet gentle as falling leaves. "You showed courage following me, young Silverleaf, though perhaps wisdom was lacking." The hooded figure stood before her, cowl thrown back to reveal a face she recognized from ancient scrolls and fireside tales. Radagast the Brown, one of the 5 Istari sent to Middle-earth in ages past. But the wizard she saw bore little resemblance to those kindly descriptions. His beard was wild and tangled with twigs and dried leaves, his eyes feverish with purpose, and most disturbing of all, veins of what appeared to be green crystal-traced patterns beneath his skin, pulsing with an inner light. You're Iwendil," she stammered, using his name in the old tongue. "The friend of birds and beasts. Why do you steal the ancient ones from their homes?" Radagast's laugh held no mirth. "Steal, I save them, I give them purpose." He gestured expansively, and for the first time, Luthien saw beyond their immediate surroundings. The chamber opened into a vast cavern where hundreds of trees stood in concentric circles, their roots embedded in earth, transported from the forest floor. Among them moved massive figures that made Luthien's breath catch. Ents, the shepherds of the forest, thought to have retreated into legend ages ago. But these were not like the Ents of old tales. Their bark was laced with the same crystalline veins that marked Radagast's skin, and their eyes glowed with unnatural light. And for centuries I watched the slow corruption of Middle-earth, Radagast continued, moving among his arboreal army with the tenderness of a father. The forests shrink, the waters darken, the very air thickens with the smoke of furnaces. Men spread like a disease, dwarves hollow mountains until they collapse, and even elves. He fixed her with a gaze that burned with accusation. Even elves forget their duty to the growing things of this world, retreating to their havens while the wild places wither. The Elven Council protects, Luthien began, but the wizard cut her off with a slash of his hand. They manage, they tend, they compromise, he spat. Nunny, but nature requires no management, only freedom. In 3 days' time, when the autumn equinox balances light and dark, I will complete the awakening. My army will march from these mountains to reclaim what was stolen, to purify what was corrupted. You would wage war on all the free peoples? Luthien asked, horror dawning as she realized the scale of his madness. I would restore balance, he corrected, his voice softening. The violence will be brief compared to the slow death that otherwise awaits. You could join us, young guardian. Your skills would be valued in the new growth that follows. Before she could respond, a commotion erupted from the entrance to the chamber. A massive bear, its fur black as midnight and shoulders broad as a boulder, burst through the doorway, scattering tables and implements. It reared onto hind legs, transforming in a blur of motion into a man, huge and wild-eyed, with a mane of black hair and arms corded with muscle. Grimbeorn, Radagast acknowledged, showing no surprise. The son of Beorn comes at last. Have you reconsidered my offer? I come to stop this madness, the skin changer growled, his voice retaining something of the bear's rumble. His eyes flicked to Luthien. The elves search for their missing guardian. I tracked your scent from the forest's edge. In the moment of distraction, Luthien felt the magical bonds holding her loosen. With elven swiftness, she slipped free and darted to Grimbeorn's side. Drawing her dagger, though she knew it would be of little use against an Istari's power, Radagast's face contorted with regret rather than rage. Then you both shall wait as witnesses. Perhaps when you see the righteousness of my path, the cavern shuddered suddenly, dust and small stones raining from above. The trees swayed as though in a strong wind, though the air was still. A low moan seemed to emanate from the very rocks beneath their feet. It hungers, Grimbeorn whispered, backing toward the exit and pulling Luthien with him. The thing beneath the mountain grows impatient. What thing? Luthien demanded, but the answer came not from the skin changer, but from the earth itself. A fissure opened in the cavern floor, and from it rose a vapor that coalesced into a shape both eldritch and ancient, a figure like a man but composed of green crystal and writhing roots, its face a mask of hunger and malice. The master awakens early, Radagast murmured, his voice suddenly uncertain. The crystalline being spoke in a voice that seemed to bypass the ears and reverberate directly in the mind. The ritual proceeds too slowly. Wizard, I have slumbered beneath these mountains since before your kind walked this world, feeding on the dreams of trees and the slow thoughts of stone. But now I hunger for more. Understanding dawned on Luthien with sickening clarity. It's not using you, she said to Radagast. You're using it, but it's using you in turn. The crystals in your skin, in the Ents. Grimbeorn nodded grimly. The green vein, an ancient parasite that feeds on life force, amplifying natural magic but corrupting its wielder. My father warned me of its slumber beneath these mountains. Radagast's face showed the first flicker of doubt. The awakening was my idea, my purpose. Your despair was the key that unlocked its prison, the skin changer countered. Your noble intentions, the path by which it corrupts. The crystalline entity laughed, the sound like breaking glass. The wizard's heart was mine from the moment he despaired of his mission. So easy to twist love of nature into hatred of civilization, to transform protection into purification. As it spoke, the veins of crystal in Radagast's skin pulsed more brightly, spreading visibly up his neck toward his eyes. The wizard gasped, clutching his staff for support. "We must flee," Grimbeorn urged, but Luthien stood her ground. "Not without the trees," she insisted, "not without him." She nodded toward Radagast. The wizard looked at her through eyes increasingly clouded with green crystal. "Too late for me, young guardian, but perhaps not for them." With tremendous effort, he raised his staff and brought it down against the stone floor with a crack that echoed like thunder. The crystal in his skin shattered outward, and a pulse of brown-gold energy, the true magic of the Istari, uncorrupted, swept through the cavern. The enslaved trees groaned, their own crystal infections cracking and falling away. The Ents shuddered, awareness returning to their ancient eyes. "Run!" Radagast commanded, his voice once again the gentle tone of legend as he stood between them and the howling crystal entity. "I will hold the passage." Grimbeorn needed no further prompting, shifting into bear form. Luthien leapt onto his back, and they fled through the tunnels, the awakened Ents following with surprisingly swift strides, carrying the smaller trees in their massive arms. Behind them, the mountain shook with the confrontation between wizard and ancient evil. Ahead, the first light of dawn limned the mouth of the cave. As they burst into the open air, a final tremor rocked the mountainside, and the entrance collapsed in a cloud of dust and falling stone. In the silence that followed, Luthien slid from Grimbeorn's back and faced the assembled Ents, their eyes now clear of corruption, their purpose their own once more. "Radagast's sacrifice has given us a second chance," she said, her voice carrying on the morning breeze. Not to wage war on civilization, but to find balance, to be true guardians, not conquerors. The eldest of the Ents, his bark grooved with the wisdom of millennia, bent his creaking form in acknowledgement. "We shall return to the forgotten groves," his voice rumbled like distant thunder, "not to sleep, but to watch, not to hide, but to teach." The brown wizard's heart was true, though his path strayed. As the sun climbed higher, casting golden light across the slopes of the grey mountains, Luthien and Grimbeorn watched the procession of ancient trees and their shepherds begin the long journey home. The last sentinel of Mirkwood had become the first of a new covenant between those who built and those who grew, between the brief-lived and the ancient, between the wild and the tamed. Balance, not purity, guardianship, not dominion. This would be her lesson to the Elven Council if they would but listen. And deep beneath the mountain, in a chamber now sealed by stone and spell, the crystal entity returned to its slumber, to dream of the next heart ripe with noble purpose that might be turned to darker ends. For some battles, Luthien realized as she turned her steps toward home, were never truly won, only postponed until the next sentinel took up the watch.